I'll give you one. Up here? I got it right here. One up here. There we go. Good little wet Mickey because we just came in, huh? And it's raining. There we go. There you go. Is that recording? Yes, it is. I've been sitting here waiting for it to come on. It says, nah, I'm just gonna sit here and not come on. Anyways. Why is this? Look at that. Can we untangle this? Kit. You know what? There's food in your dish. Fill up. I see rascal in your dish eating it. For some reason, Mickey can't eat his Nalaba if I'm not sitting in this chair. If I'm not sitting in this chair, he'll take the Nalabone and he'll set it down and he'll run out. Like if I'm out in the kitchen, he'll run out into the kitchen and he'll stand there and go back and back and back and back and back. As when I start to come out of the kitchen, he comes charging back in here and he gets his Nalabone. And if I don't come all the way in, he comes back out. He's carrying it. He wants me here. He's an incredibly OCD dog. I have to be here, sitting in this chair, so that he can sit there, right beside the chair, and eat his Nalabone. I think he's worried I'm going to get up and leave. Usually, when I go to the store, he knows I go. But there was one day he was curled up asleep. And apparently he didn't know I left. And I think that's what did it. He became paranoid that if I give him a bone, because I think we had gone out. I usually take him out before we leave so he doesn't make a mess on the floor while we're gone. And when we come back in, I give him a Nalabone after he goes out, because that's how I got him to ask to go out. He asks to go out now. Because if he asks to go out, and I take him out, and he goes potty, and I give him, when he come back in, I give him a bone. So now, every time he goes out, he's like, I need a bone. But he's always got one. And I usually take him out before we go to the store. And I think somehow he got it into his head, maybe the people that had him before gave him a bone when they left or something, I don't know. Somehow he got it into his head that if I give him a bone and I'm not sitting in this chair, I'm going to sneak out and leave. So now he won't chew on the bone unless I'm in this chair. And I know he panics when I'm gone because he thought I was gone one day and I wasn't. I was in the bathroom. I went in the bathroom and At the same time I went in the bathroom, my father went out the door and left. So he heard my father go out. He saw him go out the door. And he heard the car leave. And I was in the bathroom. And he thought I left. He thought he was here by himself. And I could hear him. I was in the bathroom and I could hear him screaming and howling like a wolf howling at the moon. And he's shrieking and howling. And then he came running in here and he got on the bed and he sat here on the bed and he just got here on the bed going, yep, 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 yep. There was these pauses between it. He was like just sitting there. It was like because there was nobody here, there was silence and he was filled up to silence. It wasn't like he was barking to bark. It was different. It was just this little, yep, yep. And he kept doing it. And I came out of the bathroom and I said, what are you doing? And he leaped out of his skin and he got all excited and shaking at me because he thought it was. He heard my father leave at the same time I went in the bathroom and he thought I was with my father. He is a funny dog. Was it yesterday? The day before. I was in the shower. And I could hear him. And apparently he thought I had left. For some reason. I don't know if maybe my father went outside or something. But somehow he thought I had left. And oh, you're doing dungeons. Yeah, sorry, it's only at 2 seconds. I'll leave it exit. I like doing dungeons with them. I didn't realize you were doing dungeons. Anyways, I was in the bathroom. I was in the shower. See, yesterday or the day before it just happened. And I could hear him out here. And he was doing it again. He was doing that, yep, yep, yep. It's like he's talking to himself. It's not like he's barking, it's like he's just making a sound so that there's a sound. So also, he calls me. I've never seen a dog do that. If he wants me for something and I'm out in the other room or I'm in here and he wants me out there, he will come in and he'll stand beside me and he'll bark. And then he'll snarl. And he's like he's trying to herd me. He's not a herding breed. Herding dogs will do that. I've seen herding dogs do that. But he's not a herding breed. He's a much asshole. He is an old English bulldog. Is that what it's called? He is a, let me see if we can find. Let's see. I'm trying to get, there we go. So I was trying to get a new tab open so that I could, let's see. Oh yeah, there's a hurricane coming this way. We're having trouble with storm by the time it hits us. It's supposed to be coming this way. Old English, now that's sheepdog. Old English bulldog. Yeah, these images. Like this. Except he's got long hair. Yeah, he looks like that, as you just saw him. He's got this big droopy face and everything, and always the tongue. He's got funny teeth sticking out that they have. And he's all wide and muscled, and he looks exactly like this, except he's long-haired, because he's also part Lhasa. He's part Lhasa, so he's got the curly tail and the long fur. He looks like this. He's got the curly hair and the long fur, and this color. But the shape of him is, and the shape and size is this. So he looks like this, with the fur from this attached. He's a very strange looking dog. I like bulldogs. I've always liked bulldogs. I've never had one before. But yeah, he looks just like this dog here, with this dog's fur. I don't know anything about bulldog personality. Is that a thing Old English bulldogs do? Breed temperament. Let's see what the breed temperament is. Cause I've never had one. There's no applicable group that's showing as that's better. Okay. Okay, so I know some enough about Old English Bulldogs to know that this is inaccurate. Classic old-timey designer dog with the word dog comes with an extra E. No. Old English Bulldogs without the E went extinct. And because there are none left, people took other breeds of bully dogs, which have the flat face, and tried to create a new Old English Bulldog, which is the Old English Bulldog we have today. That was done in the 1930s to 1950s. That's why we now have Old English Bulldogs. But because it's not the same breed, it's spelled with an E on the end to tell the difference between the one that went extinct and the new one. Yeah, right here. The Old English Bulldog is a cross between English Bulldogs, American Bulldogs, Pit Bull Terriers. Ah, so you do have a Bull Terrier thing in you. I'm thinking you might. Bull Mastiff. Protective, capable, fearless, and determined. Yeah, he looks just like this when he's got this funny smile. Docile, friendly, and affectionate. They're not at all aggressive or aloof, quite the contrary. Always everybody on their side. Be eager to please. He definitely is. Says they can have a high prey drive. Yes, somebody attempted. Smart and easy to train. Important to establish yourself as a pack leader. Dogs are independent. Yeah, he definitely has he has buddy issues. You encountered that. He's very dominant if you let him be. I have noticed. Oh, he keeps doing that. I put it in an empty space, and it's like the mouse doesn't let go of it, so it will slide it over on top of something else, and it says, you can't put it on top of something else. I wasn't trying to put it on something else. For some reason, it's stuck to the mouse, and when I move the mouse, it moved with it. It does that all the time. I think it might be an issue with my mouse and not an issue with the game, because I seem to have that problem with my mouse frequently. Ovid would be coming on in about 2 hours. I want to continue doing this thing, because we got these two already. We got the 20 Vampire Scrolls and the 40 Dungeon Keys. And this expires in 2 days, so I want to continue to get the rest of it. You get this skin that you can only get through this. It's a skin that he designed, and also 10 Mage Scrolls is good. I'll be able to make my mage, and 1,000 gold is really good. So we want to do that. Make sure we're playing with Ovid today and tomorrow for however long. It's gonna take 9 hours to get all of them, and we've already done 2 hours, partway into 3 hours, so we've got about 6 hours left. A little more than 6 hours left, I think. Not sure exactly. I like this map. This is one of the new maps. I just came out with this map a few days ago. Oh, you're in plan phase. I think I like this map because of the color of it. Also, this is one of my favorite things in this game, is this, the obelisk with the eye that stands there and looks at you. I don't know why I like that one. I think I like the design of it. I like things like that. Monoliths and big stones and, you know, stuff like the Easter Island heads and the Olmec heads and all those. I like those type of things. I think that is why I like that. Anyways, archers are good on this map, so I'm gonna give you archers. And we have edited him. Mickey hasn't had the rest of his hair cut yet. He's a partly shaved dog now. He's mostly done. He's got his collar, where his collar rubs on his fur, it's caused like these big mats, and the shaver won't shave them off because they're matted up too much. And that collar is new. We got that color about 2 weeks ago. They did that really fast. The collar that he came with, he's getting stuff. The collar that he came with, it was way too tight. It was a 16-inch collar, and his neck, when I measured his neck, is 15 inches. And 16 inches is the whole thing with the buckle. So it was right at the end, and it was way too... He kept coughing. And I was like, why do you keep coughing like that? And I realized, his collar is too tight. Alright, that's the collar when I went and looked at him, he didn't have a collar on. That's the collar the shelter put on him. And I was like, oh my god, that is so tight. So we went and got him a new collar. You're a vampire. We can give you a second vampires don't work on their own. We're at this. This whole thing feels wrong, and it's like, what, 5 pages, I think. Okay, we edited that one. Yeah, so starting from here to here, because that's part of that one we already edited there. We edited there, that's 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 pages. Oh yeah, possibly up here as well. I don't know, this whole section, it's one of those things where I know it's wrong and I'm not sure what's wrong about it, and it's bugging me because as I'm reading it, it feels off. I can see there's grammar errors and stuff, and we gotta fix those. But the story itself feels off. It feels like there's a plot issue, but I'm not sure what it is. No, wait a minute. Oh, this one's gonna do a lot of good. Yeah. Also, Reddit. We were looking at stuff. Oh, this one the successful one, I opened it and I wanted to see. I was considering writing an answer for this, but I was also considering writing an article for this one. That's why it was sitting here a little bit. It says, are you successful yet? And I was talking about this person, they're having trouble, just they're like their mind's wandering and they're having trouble and they can't get anything written. And it said, well, I know this forum is for motivating writers, but every time I come here, it demotivates me because I see all these successful people. And wants to know, do you consider yourself, would you consider yourself successful in writing? How much practice have you had? How many things have you written until now, until you succeeded? How do you keep going? What stops you from mentally derailing the project? What are you doing? It's time to dig a hole in the bed and fling all the blankets on the floor. What are you doing over there? I see you. You got your ears flopped upside down and everything. He's developed a new thing, though, when he wants an album. Not that he needs to go to the bathroom. No, he doesn't need to go to the bathroom all the time. He's just, you know what? I want an album. I'm going to ask to go out. We're going to run around the block, not do anything, come back in. You're going to give me an album. Somewhere in his brain he connected going out and then coming back in equals I get a bump when I come back in, instead of going out and going to the bathroom equals I get a bump when I come back in. You guys sit here on the pillow? Don't put in that kitty. He loves pillows. He is a pillow dog. Marcy was a blanket dog. Marcy loved blankets. She dragged blankets around and flipped them all over the place and burrowed underneath them. Mickey does the same thing with pillows. Flings pillows all over the place and he sits on it. Just sits there and looks around. Oh boy, it's nice and soft. We got 2. Okay, let's go get these. One was Scrolls, Barbarian. Don't really need the Barbarian Scrolls that much because we haven't been upgrading our Barbarian. We'll need them eventually because eventually we'll upgrade them. I just hardly ever used Barbarian. The way I play the game, I get Rogue and Archer and Monk. Rogue, Archer, and Monk are the ones I use all the time constantly. We're now at quests and we can upgrade something else, it says. What else can we upgrade? Let's see. Oh, we got... No, not the Paladin. What was it? It alerted us that we can upgrade something. But... these have all been unlocked for a while. I was thinking that was 340, it's 304. It ain't any of these, and this one's been there for a while. Well, that's weird. Okay, let's go put an epic down on you, and then we'll collect those boxes. Oh, this is that map. There's nothing that attacks that one specifically. Do you? You attack that one specifically. Okay, that's the only one. I'm gonna give you that then. You have 2,135, and this is gonna give you 268 damage. So that's gonna take you down about 10%. Yeah, see, that's why I did that. Look how many they gave us. I knew we were going to get some from these. That's why I wanted to do the epic before I picked these, because otherwise it was going to go over and we wouldn't get it. Unknown. Okay, wait a minute. Unknown and bronze. Okay, I'm going to take yours off. Try one of the other ones because several people online here. Yours is also bronze. These are the regular people that I watch. These ones in favorites are streamers that I watch regular who also play this game. So I try to get stuff in theirs before I do random people that I don't know. It was this one that had 10, right? No, it was 12, so he had 10. You have 10. Okay, we'll go down, because they all had the same chest. Did I not make... Oh, I used you already. Does this have anything? Because this map... Can I fit you here? I can fit you here. This map is one of the best maps to use bombs on. Bombs are very effective. The busters. The busters are very effective on that map. Unit is placed. Let's see. archers. One of my archers is dead, but he's a much more powerful archer. Let's revive this one because this is a better archer. And we can upgrade our archer. You know, I think I'm going to do that. Let's upgrade the archer. There we go. Takes all our coins to that, but I don't think there wasn't anything in the store really needed. And we can get all of these things pretty easily. Anyways, I was trying to think of answer to put here, and I was kind of thinking it's going to take me a really long time to type up an answer because it's going to end up being, I know what I'm like. It's going to be really big, and it's probably going to end up being too big to fit here. I'm going to be like, yeah, you know what, I'm going to have to take, I'm not going to be able to post it here because it's going to be too big. So I need to make it an article. So we need to make a page, so that we can answer this later. I'm not going to do it right now, but put, there we go, the embed code. Embed code. It has 8 comments, 14 outputs. There we go. There. Now I can answer that later. Still using this. Wait a minute. Can you see what I'm doing right here? Yes, okay. I keep forgetting I don't have it full screen because it ends up, if I have it full screen, the LibreOffice is zoomed out so bad you can't even see it. So I have to put it on a magnified full screen. Magnified full screen. So now you can't see, there's like 2 inches at the top and maybe 3 inches on the side and then a little bit on the bottom that you can't see because it's zoomed in so that you can see LibreOffice. But then when I open up these other ones, I'm doing stuff and I realize, oh wait, no, I'm really close to the edge. I don't think you can see that. Sort alphabetically. There we go. That's right, we have a lot on here that we're going to need to do that with. Yeah. A lot we're going to need to do that with. On the key Q2. On the QT. I guess it 2. Heavy dyslexia problem. Obviously, because I'm constantly reading stuff in reverse. I will type things in reverse all the time. That's another reason I need to go through and check my manuscript before stuff gets published, because I'm constantly doing that. What is QT? On the QT. That's supposed to be a power word. Doesn't do anything for me. So I have no clue what it means. Insane. Well, we have no trouble using the word insane in Quaraun series, do we? You was defeated. Well, yeah, yeah, that's a hard one to do. It is. Yeah, you see most people putting down bombs. Bombs are incredibly, busters are incredibly effective on this map. And this map usually rogues are best. Yep. But not flying rogue. Interesting. Anyways, what else is new here? I know we're supposed to be editing music area, but whatever. I think I see people when they're like they're supposed to be writing and they're supposed to be editing, and then they start doing other stuff like what I'm doing, and advice more than just writing, and they get like. Where did that open? I wasn't paying attention. Open it against and see where it actually opened it. Over here. Okay. They get like all upset over the fact that I'm doing something else and I shouldn't be doing something else and I should be writing and why? Unless you're writing, like if you're writing work for hire contract where the company is said you need to write this and it needs to be like this and it has to have this many words and this many things and all this stuff and we need it by this deadline. If you're writing to a deadline, yes, you want to do just right. But if you're just writing and you're not working on a deadline, sticking right with the writing steady, don't stop. That's not good. I love writing, but I'm having an issue with the outcome of my work. How do you present your work? Is it simply about filling up your notebooks, or do you do something specific with your writing? Now, this is something, I haven't read this yet, but the title of it just gave me a thought that has nothing to do with this question at all. Because I haven't read it yet, I don't know what it is. But this, where it says, what are some tips for controlling consistency and humor of your writing? Whenever I see a question that asks about humor or comedy, I'm always reminded of the fact that a large majority of the people who say they like my work, most people say they hate my work, but a large majority of the people who say they like my work, they say they like it because of the humor and comedy. And I'm like, I don't write humor or comedy. It's the same situation where people who like my stuff or hate my stuff because, oh, you write erotica. And I'm like, I don't write erotica. Where are you getting that? And then this is another one where I don't write humor or comedy. Where are you getting that? I remember one guy once, when it was 8 years ago, the backhoe drove over my house. One of the times, it's happened several times, but the one that has the picture of it. And he was talking about how he likes the way I write this comedy in my blogs. And that's why that picture was put up. I was like, I don't write comedy in my blogs. What are you talking about? He says, all these short stories about these people harassing these people. And I was like, these are actually people, these aren't short stories. These are actually people harassing my family. And that's when I put that picture up. I'll show you it because, yeah, it's here. And he was like, oh my God. He said, I thought this was comedy about Hicks attacking. He said, I didn't realize this was stuff that was actually happening to you and your family. He said, I thought these were just short stories. He said, I had no idea. Because, yeah, I mean, the FBI is humor, I suppose, you know. FBI is involved, right? But that's funny. I've had people who just they laugh at this stuff and they're like, oh, this is hilarious. Like, look at this funny stuff that she writes. And one of the things they were talking about when they said that was the fact that my family was murdered. But yeah, he was specifically referencing the fact that a backhoe had driven over my house. And I was talking about the fact that a backhoe had driven over my house. And that's the WordPress blog where that was, there was a lot of comments on that. And he was talking about, this is some of the funniest short stories I've ever read. And I was like, these are not short stories. This is a daily blog that updates the harassment that is happening to my family. Here's the photos. And that's why I started uploading the photos and the videos. I didn't used to upload the photos and the videos. I could record stuff, and this is video footage. That's another thing. A lot of people think that this is just photographs. No. This is video footage. I have the actual video. I was coming home from work, and there was a backhoe on top of my house. As you can see, the guy was still in it. And we have him on camera. We know what he looks like. The guy was still in it, and that's why the door is open, because when he saw me drive up, he jumped out. It's still running. It is still running in this picture. He literally jumped out, ran across the street, and ran up the driveway across the street, left the backhoe sitting there running. And this is video footage. The police and FBI have the video footage of this. It was my camera running. And I took out the screenshots to put up here because people didn't know. I mean, I also, if you want to see them and you look on my website enough to find them, you can see the heads nailed to my door. I have video footage of that too, and screenshots of them. The bones that our FBI is digging up on the Ross Road, those 32 children that were found in the Ross Forest, I have the video footage of that as well. I'm the one who found that. I went looking for it. My uncles are the ones that did it. I knew where they did it. That's why I went looking for it. But these things, I don't write comedy. I have no sense of humor at all. I have autism, actual autism, Carner's syndrome. no way, shape, or form related to Asperger's. So when I tell you something happened, it actually happened. It's not fiction or a joke. I don't make jokes. And so whenever I see questions like this, yes, I haven't read the question yet. Whenever I see these where people ask about humor and comedy and writing, I've had people send me so many emails. People who have actually read my work and love it. And they're like, how do you write comedy like this? I want to write this type of comedy. And I'm like, I don't write comedy. I don't write humor. When I go back and I read what they wrote, and I'm trying to figure out, what did they find funny? Where is the humor? Right, where is the humor in the Ku Klux Klan walking into my driveway with machine guns and filling the front of my motorhome with bullet holes? Right? That's where those bullet holes in my motorhome came from. And we have that on camera because we were live streaming Witcher 3 when that happened. That's another one where people were like, oh my god, that is so funny. Why is it funny that jackasses with white pillowcases on their heads were shooting at my family with a machine gun, and we caught it on camera because I was live streaming while they did it? Why do you think that's funny? There's something wrong with you people. I mean, it really is. But let's read this question and see what it is. What are some tips for controlling the consistency of humor in your writing? When I write, I use varying levels. When I write, the use of varying levels of humor plays a large role in forming the kind of tone I want for the story, and helps to set a sort of baseline to the voice of my narrator. A few days a week, however, my mental state tends to crash and burn, and I just don't have it in me to be happy enough to use any of my normal humor. This reflects in my writing, and it usually takes a complete rewrite of the chapter to get rid of the inconsistencies in tone to develop between happy narrator and sad narrator. Levels of humor in the story drop massively between sections, which upsets me because I enjoy how my stories come out when I'm happy and when my humor comes across to my readers in a way I want it to. Especially since I'm not funny in person and my writing makes my humor feel a bit more appreciated. I know that this is probably just a case of having to get my head straight before sitting down and writing anything, but I would like to ask anyways. Does anyone have any advice on how to keep consistent with my tone and levels of humor spread? I don't think it's even possible. When you write intuitively, your state of mind is going to come across. That's part of what makes writing great. You see, I don't know how to answer questions like this because I don't understand humor. Ben is constantly, he'll bring over a DVD or YouTube video or something. He's like, this is funny, watch this. And I'm like, I don't get it. What is funny? I don't see anything funny. Why do you think this is funny? And I don't know. I can't understand the things that people find to laugh at. I don't understand them. I think part of it comes from my perspective of laughter. Because I always grew up with laughter where I was being held down by one person while another person had a cinder block and going smash, smash, smash while they're laughing. Oh, my jaw's been broken many times that way. I was 4 years old and look how funny it is. Oh, look at all the blood. Let's see if we can break her bones. Oh, how many times can we rape her in the next hour? I have a hard time finding anything funny because that is my introduction to humor. Can I point out that the driver of this backhoe here paid my uncles to do that to me when I was a kid? Okay. That man is a horrifying pedophile. He is a child rapist, and he is the one my uncles paid. My uncles ran a child prostitution ring, and they used to take little children, 4, 5, 6 years old, little children. The high priest at the Cape Elizabeth ward of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints used to pay $12,000 to spend 15 minutes raping those children. My uncles kept $1,200, which they divided between the 12 of them. There were 12 uncles. And the rest of the money went to this man. That man. If you ever wanted to know where he got his money, because he's a billionaire, that's where his money came from. There's a lot of Americans willing to pay a lot of money to rape children. So I rather find it difficult to find humorous because I don't see the humor in beating somebody up. I don't see the humor in raping children. I do not see what is funny about people getting hurt. And like I said, these people who say my writing is funny, they're not talking about the Quaraun books, which I don't put humor in those either, so I don't see humor in that. There are people who have said that. They're talking about people murdering my family. They're talking about people driving backhoes over my house. They're talking about people starting my car in half. They think that's funny. Yeah, my uncles thought that type of stuff was funny too while they were doing it. My opinion is if you think that type of thing is funny, you probably don't deserve to live because you're probably just like my uncles. I don't understand comedy. So I can't answer questions like this of how do you keep humor going, because I've never written humor. And whenever I see any type of movie or video or meme or things that are supposed to be funny and everybody says they're funny and I can't understand why are they funny. It's always people getting hurt. Or like Don Rickles, it's people making fun of other people. I mean, he's the guy, he holds his eyes up to make them squinty and then walks around saying choo 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 choo, and he does that on live stage and millions of people think he's funny, and I'm like, he's making derogatory jokes about Chinese people. Why is that funny? That's not funny. How is that funny? I don't understand. He's a bully. He's a bully. And people think it's funny. People think it's funny that this man decided, you know what? You're too gay for the family-friendly town of Old Orchard Beach. Let me drive back over your house. Written exercises or tasks that can be done to improve your daily writing on a daily basis. Thank you. I'm overwhelmed with all these responses. Just right. Yeah, just right. That really is the answer. And then you see so many people, there are so many threads on the subreddit called Just Right is Bad Advice. Every time I just write, all that comes out is a bunch of senseless crap that doesn't make any sense at all. Because I just wrote gibberish. That's not what just right means. It's not. Why do so many people translate it as that? I don't know. Character names, meaning, or style. Well, we got a defeat and a victory. You switched. You're not doing dungeons anymore. Alright. Well, what do you have? We'll take that. We will take that one. And I think, you're a silver, aren't you? There is a candy corn. What is... I thought it's a buster. I like that little candy corn. That's cute. Oh, if the skins weren't $10 each, I would... If they were like $2 each, I would buy so many of them. But because they're $10 each, I haven't bought any. It's one of those cases like where people are writing their books and they're like, I'm gonna self-publish. What price should I put? And then there are people who go, give it away for free. Nobody's gonna pay money for it. And then there's other people who are like, sell it for $100. That way you make money with only one. And like, both answers are stupid. Put it at a price that people will pay, low enough so people will pay it, high enough so you make a profit. But if it's too high and people don't buy it at all, you're not going to make a profit. And I've seen so many people when I watch streamers playing this, and they'll be like, I want this skin, it's $10, I can't afford to spend $10 on this skin, I can't buy this skin. And it's not like it's one or two people, it's the bulk of streamers on Twitch. They all say it. And then you see the people in chat who are like, well, I bought the skin. $10 is nothing. And then they're like, really? And yeah, I just stole my dad's credit card. And half of these people who buy the skins, they're kids using their parents' credit cards. Alright, you're gonna cause problems for that company, because sooner or later people are gonna start complaining about that. They are with other games. The whole loot box and skin thing where people are spending so much money. I used to be huge into researching the meanings behind names to find good fits for my characters, then rack my brains trying to put them together in a way that felt good for me to read. Nowadays I mostly skim for names that might be thematically suitable, or just make something that sounds right if nothing jumps out in 10 or so minutes. saves me a lot of time and stress. From the perspective of a reader, I have a lot of respect for authors who go the extra mile with deeper name traces. Do you fall under the style? No. I like the strange names, obviously. Names that are literally two words thrown together at random, like Boom Fuzzy and Ghoul Spawn. What's that one? I can't remember who the author is. Whiskey Jack was the character, and my hair is... I have a strand of hair that came out, and it's bugging me. It keeps falling down my face, and it's just bugging me. That's bad. I think I can feel it. Wait. If I collect this and it gives us something, it doesn't give us something. I can put something down, though. What's your map? And that gave us a silver. This is a bronze. Wait. I don't want a bronze. Does anybody... You're waiting to collect for a reward. You're in placement period. You're only 9 minutes. What do you got? Bronze again. So I'd rather go for the 9-minute bronze than the 30-minute bronze. If I put something down here, put something down here. No. Okay. Oh, wait. Do I see vampires? See vampires. Wait, let's put a vampire down. Vampire. There we go. Now we have an epic we can put down here, and you need epic. You don't have that many people helping you. Alright. What hits those? Those are rogues? You? Now. 2 minutes for bronze. Okay. We're gonna do a look for gold thing. Which I know it annoys people when I do these type of things, but I want the gold. Wait a minute, wait. Yes, I saw that just as I clicked on it. You are live. You only have 1 minute, so whatever it is you're doing, we'll jump in with it. Oh, you don't have many people and you're doing the Lich Lair. Which is probably, yes, it's a loyalty boss. I think the Lich Lair is always a loyalty boss, ain't it? Okay. This when I opened it up before, we never looked at it. Have you ever tried replicating another author's style? I haven't. Not for publication, I would hope, but something short as an exercise. Okay, now the question comes, why did you add that statement? Because replicating a style is not the same as copying and plagiarizing the style. So you wouldn't have an issue with publication. Have you ever tried replicating another author's style? Has a specific meaning that doesn't involve plagiarism. So not for publication, I hope, indicates they are saying something different than what they mean something different than what they actually said. But as something short as an exercise. I've done it a few times and it's really fun and enlightening. Lately I've been wanting to write something in the style of the Martian? Is that Martin or Martian? How is it? Is Martin and Martian both spelled the same way? Why is my brain all of a sudden, I don't know. The Martian. Okay. So what is Martian? I mean Martin. This is Martin. Okay. It's a couple of letters different. Alright, it's just there's an A. Why did my brain do that? I don't know. I have a horrible American spelling and American phonetics are I have trouble with them. Because I love the way Andy Weir weaves science and humor and mortality in and around one another. The idea would be to capture the same vibe and themes from the story, but in another setting or with my own spin. Yeah, you don't know what replicating means. I like to pick out and replicate certain phrases. Yeah, they don't know what replicate means. Okay. They just don't know what replicate means. Wait, are those orcs? Dino Raider. Okay. Go ahead and put that down now. Oh, this map. Yes, this is what I was saying last stream. This is what this map usually looks like. And the one we had, the other guy, it was just packed full. The whole thing was packed full of these things. I was like, that is going to be so hard to do. Wait, why do you target those and you target those and you're both archers? Also, there's a lone vampire over here, so let's put on vampire. And we can get another chest, so let's get another chest. Oh, that gave us a little bit of those chests are always good. The key chests are always good. The bone chests, not so much. Is head hopping even when done right still bad? So I've heard a lot of head hopping being bad or jarring, which I completely agree with. To combat this, I intend to stick to one point of view for either each chapter or each scene, and then I switch to a different point of view when the chapter scene changes. However, even though I write third person limited 98% of the time, there's always that 2%. Sometimes I need to switch point of views mid-scene when my main character leaves, point of view character leaves the room or something. Yeah, that's what I do with the Quaraun series. Quaraun is usually the point of view character, but he often passes out, and it's just the other characters are like, okay, now what? He's passed out on the ground, so we have to have another character take over. So usually it's limited. It's limited with some omniscient. I can never say that word properly. I really can't say that word. Runs. We're done with you then. Let's go back to the favorites. Any of you guys got anything? You've got 10 seconds, so we're just gonna drop something in. I think this is that bronze one, right? Yeah, it is. Okay. So. Yeah. And then the ladder. That is very good advice. You know, I agree with you as well, and I agree with you as well. And what they, yes, I agree with you as well. He was defeated. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That map is a hard map. That is a hard map. Yeah, you do something here. Alright. This is a new map. I don't know this one. What do you do? Oh, super cannon. Destroying it will cut out. Ah. So the goal should be to destroy that before anything else. Okay. No, I want to view objectives. Okay. So this is the thing we have to focus on. Alright. Yeah, this map's new. They just made it a few days ago. So we need, okay, you target that. Vampires targeted. Okay, so the rogue and the vampires. Does the flying rogue? Flying rogue goes after that one. Okay, so we need to get a rogue in there. We need to get the rogue past that. There's a vampire there. Do I have time to put down another thing? I am going to have time to put down another thing if I watch for it. You see, bronze chest still gives us something, but it gives you the cheapest scrolls, and it only... I think it never gives you more than 7. I think 7's the max, so the max you could get would be 21 coins from it. What do you got now? Silver. Okay, but it's for 30 minutes, so kick you out and see. Bronze, 14 minutes. Eight minutes, okay, you at the least. It's also bronze, so I'd rather look for gold. None of you guys have anything that's really that good. So, you have only 2 minutes, so we are going to jump in and what is it that you have? It's bronze, okay. Yeah, if it's only 2 minutes, I don't mind waiting for a bronze, but I don't want to wait a half hour just to get 10 coins. And we needed to put in a second vampire. So the 2 vampires target this, and the rogue targets this, but that thing has a range that could kill everything before it even gets to it. What do we have for the store? Scrolls that we need. We need the tank and the rogue, most of the ones that are here. As well as 12, so let's get you. And go back over here. Is it a good idea? Oh, this is that one I never opened. I read the question, not the title, but I never opened it to see what the full thing was. Is it a good idea to share stories on the internet if you want to self-publish? I think it depends. Like, what I do, I have chapters and scenes on my website as an example for somebody who wants to know, how do I write this? What do you do? And I answer blah, 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 and then put, here's an example of how I did it, so you can, I tell them this is what I did, and then I show them, here's an example of how that looks in one of my novels. So then you'll have a scene there, and it's taken out of something that has already been self-published. If you're professionally published with a big trade publishing house, don't do that. There is often a clause in your contract that'll say something about you can't post sample chapters or sample scenes online. They have to do it, the marketing team has to do it and stuff. You could lose your advance. I have seen that happen where authors get content, they'll put a sample chapter, it's like, here's a sample chapter from a book that I was just published through this publishing house, and it'll be some big publishing house like the Random Penguin House and stuff. And then have another post later about, well, I had to take that down because they sent me a letter saying I had to return my advance because I broke the contract by putting a sample chapter up, and that happens so often. So if you're not self-publishing, do not post sample chapters. Oh, don't. You could lose your royalties and your advances over that. But if you're self-publishing, you can, if you want to, but putting the whole entire story, if it's a short story or a novel, either way, putting the whole entire story up, I'd be like, I wouldn't do that. But that's me. This topic is a piggyback off a recent post I saw and wanted some advice on whether or not what I'm doing is a good idea. I'm a fiction writer who specializes in fantasy and horror. I'm working on 2 different story ideas, and today I finished a few chapters of one such story. My goal is to self-publish my stories on Amazon. However, I wanted to build an audience for my stories, so I wanted to publish them chapter by chapter on Road, No Sleep, and web novel to try to build an audience, then get feedback and new ideas, make actual novels to self-publish. This is my plan for a few months, but I'm wondering if maybe I should change directions, but just self-publishing on Amazon is kind of hard without an audience or a following, but using these sites I could build an audience and a following. I also have Patreon for story writing. I'm wondering if anybody can give me some thoughts, advice, or give me a new idea or direction to go on. Any advice would be appreciated. Learn from drug dealers. They always give free stuff away to newbies to get them hooked. Yeah. I'm going to agree with that. That is very good advice. Which is what I was just saying. I don't put the full story. I don't put the full novel online. You see scenes and sample chapters. And if you like what you see there, then you can go buy it. And the book itself is always linked in the article. If you look at that page we just had open. Not this one, but this one. Where it's talking about these. That comment was deleted. Yeah. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. See, it's talking about here's what happened. Here's how I did it. Here's an example of how I did it. And then here is the book itself. You click that, it takes you to Amazon where you can buy the book. And it is based off of this principle of right here. Give free stuff away to newbies to get them hooked. They like what they read there. Here's this. You can read the whole book. That is exactly what I do. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the notion you have to build an audience first. I'm not either. It's a good thing, build an audience first type of thing. I mean, it's not necessarily bad. But it's like, it's a lot of work that I could be writing. You do all this, and I could be writing. I would rather be writing than building an audience. I'm one of those people who it's like, my goal is writing stuff. My goal is not, oh look, people to read it. I'm in a, if you want to read it, fine, go ahead. But if people don't read it, I'm also like, yeah, so what? There's never a point where I write with the intention of people actually reading it. I just write for me. That's all it is. You see a vampire pod? I'm gonna jump into the vampire pod. Okay. Whoops, I was supposed to... It's gone completely. I was supposed to click to see what type of a chest they had. Get you back up. Anyway. I was gonna click, I clicked this one instead of this one. I was gonna click this one. And to see, what is your chest? It's a bronze chest, so we were okay closing you anyways. There's the loyalty skin, which... would be nice if it actually included a skin in it. You have a silver, 18 minutes on a silver, 4 minutes, whatever it is, we will join, because 4 minutes isn't that bad. You're better on this map, okay. What is it? Bronze, okay. I don't mind 4 minutes on the bronze. You gave us 6 monks. That's good. You didn't give us a skin. There was once, one day, it was when they were doing that cyberpunk thing that they were doing. When I opened it, and I had, it was a, I can't remember which, it might have been Ovid. It was somebody that I had the gold one. And when I opened it, all 3 slots were skins. I got 3 skins out of 1 chest. And I was like, wow. Oh, I own all the skins already, so I'm not going to get a skin out of it. Centurion skin. Primal Centurion skin, Primal Centurion skin, Flying Rogue skin, Primal Paladin. So I already have all the skins, so there's no reason to focus on the loyalty skin for the skins. But I don't anyways, it's always these. It gives you really good scrolls when it doesn't give you skins. What skins did I get down there? Just trying to remember, what skins were they? It was 3 skins at the same time. I can't remember what they were. Yeah, see, all of these chocolate chest rogue skins that I don't like because they're kind of ugly, all of those came out of skin boxes. That one came out of a skin box. I think that one and that one both did. The Cyberbuster, yeah, the Cyberbuster was one of them. The Cyber Monk. The Space Cowgirl came out of skin box. Was it this one came out of a thing that you had to click on through from Twitter. So it was these 3, right? The Cyber Tank, the Cyber Monk, and the Cyber Buster. I know the Cyber Buster was one of them. And I think it would be the other 2 right beside him. I can't remember which one they were. But it was 3 all at once in 1 chest. That's the only time that's ever happened. You have a single vampire. I think you can also the vampire. The vampires are so useless if there's only one. So if I see somebody that has only one, I always give them one. If I have one available. do you market? Social media or YouTube? And YouTube. I don't market. I've never marketed. We marketed Boom Fuzzy. And that's why that one got so many sales. But all the rest, never been marketed. I did it for Boom Fuzzy to find out what would happen if I marketed a book. And, well, we got 10,000 sales the first hour and over 100,000 sales by the end of the month. So, marketing definitely works. But that was BookBub. I don't know. I haven't been on BookBub since then. That was back in 2014. And from what I've heard, BookBub's pretty hard to get into now. Yeah, it was difficult to get into BookBub. There's BookBub. Yeah, it was difficult to get into BookBub when I did that. And from what I've heard people say, now it is even harder to get into BookBub. And most people complain about the fact that, well, the starting bid was $2,000 and then I didn't get picked, so I wasted $2,000. Yeah, it's expensive. And you may not get picked. The way BookBub works, you've got a new release coming out. You tell them, I've got a new release coming out. I would like it to be featured on your website. BookBub is an email club similar to Harlequin, where you send money to Harlequin and then every week they send you a book. That's how BookBub works. So you become a member of BookBub, and then every day they send you an email. Here's all these books. And it used to be 100. I don't know if it still is. Every day they pick 100 books. You have to fill out a form. And the form's not free. You buy the form, and at the time I did it, the starting price was $500. Yeah. You pay $500, and they send you a form that you fill out, and then you can apply to have your book added to their list. And if 1,000 authors apply at $500 each, they make $500,000, but then they only pick 100 books. So the 900 authors who paid $500, they don't get placement. And they just spent $500 for nothing. They literally get nothing. And they don't get their $500 back. A lot of people didn't like BookBub because it's literally gambling. I mean, it's no different than you putting money into a slot machine in a casino. That is what it is. And I was like, you know what? Boom Fuzzy probably is the best book I ever wrote. So it's getting ready to come out. We're releasing it next week. Let's try BookBub and see what happens. Way it works if you get picked. And we did get picked. Boom Fuzzy got picked. It got put in. And like I said, within an hour of Boom Fuzzy being published on Amazon, it had 10,000 sales, and it was BookBub that did it. And by the end of the month, it had 100,000 sales. And it continues to get somewhere between 100 to 1,000, and this is in 2014. and today is now 2021, it continues to get 100 to 1,000 sales a month all these years later because it was listed on BookBub. But you don't see that with the rest of the Quaraun series. That did not happen with any of the other Quaraun novels when they were put on Amazon. Only the one that went on BookBub had that happen. But the last time I checked BookBub, the starting price that you had to pay to get considered was $2,000. It was $500 at the time I did Boom Fuzzy. And I was going to do it again for Summoner of Darkness. That was about 6 months later. The price had been changed to $2,000. You have to buy their form. It costs $2,000, and you may not get picked. So you pay $2,000. It's a risk. If 10,000 people are there, they're going to pick what they think are the top 100 books of those applications. All the rest of the people, they ain't getting their $2,000 back, and their book isn't being listed on BookBub. And the listing's literally for 24 hours. It goes into an email that is sent out, and you click that email, it goes to, here's today's books. And the next day they send out an email, here's today's books. So you go on the website, here's today's books. The page only lists 100 books, and it changes 100 books every day. So you are only listed for 24 hours. BookBub has gone down from most authors who used it as absolutely the best form of marketing ever, because it does work if you get listed. But you could be paying a lot of money. Or you could, and you had, the form is for each book. So if you have 5 books and you want them all listed on BookBub, that's $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000, $2,000. That's $10,000 up front to advertise your book. On a high chance, it may not get listed at all, and you don't get that $10,000 back. If you want to market your book and actually get sales, BookBub is the place to do it. But it's a huge risk, and it's a huge amount of money up front. People who list their books on their Twitter or Facebook accounts, they may get 1 or 2 sales a year at best. YouTube videos, same thing. You want sales, you want BookBub. You really do. I mean, look at the reviews of it. You go, so many authors, including 50 Shades of Grey, wouldn't be bestsellers if they hadn't been on BookBub. Alright. It is what it is. If you have $10,000 laying around that you don't need, I would recommend putting it into BookBub. But know the risk before you do it, and make sure it's not money that you need somewhere else. I mean, that is the thing about writing. You kind of need to already be pretty well off before you publish a book if you want to live off writing. And it's no secret that I don't need the money I make from writing. That's why I don't focus on writing as an income. I just write what I want. And if you look at the Quaraun series, if you were going to send something like that to a publisher, publishers wouldn't touch it. Or they wouldn't. Publishers would not touch Boom Fuzzy. It deals with too many things that are just publishers shy away from. Too much squick. That's what one agent called it. Way too much squick. I know. I wrote it. I'm aware. Seems like the hanging tree, and I have had publishers look at Boom Fuzzy, and they were like, yeah, could you take the hanging tree out, or change it? It's quick. And I've had bookstores, because it's also printed up paperback, and I've had bookstores say, there's no way we're going to carry this. The hanging tree scene. There is no way we are going to allow this in our bookstore. It's pretty difficult to get something like that published traditionally, and you have to self-publish. If I wanted to be what more people would consider successful as a writer, I would have to write more for the market, what publishers want, which I've done before, and I'm what people consider a hybrid writer, because I both traditionally publish and I self-publish. I prefer self-publishing because I can write what I want, whereas traditionally publishing, I've got agents and editors and publishers that are all going, yeah, this is going to step on too many toes, sensitive snowflakes are not going to like that, this is going to offend people, this is going to be removed, that's going to be removed, that's going to be removed, oh, does that going to be, oh, that, remove that, take that out, no, can't do that. When I first started publishing the Quaraun series, this is back in the 1970s, it's an old series, I ended up Vanity Press, which is expensive, but that was how you self-publish back in the 1970s. Things like Kindle, Amazon weren't around back then. You couldn't, it's so much easier to self-publish today. But if you, in the 70s, if you wanted to self-publish, you had to go through Vanity Press. There wasn't another option. And so the early volumes were Vanity Press. And the reason, when I first started going through publishers and agents and editors and sending it out, there's so many rejections for it. Nobody wanted anything to do it. Nobody would touch it. And the reason was always the same. The main character is a transvestite. I mean, that was an issue. It was a huge issue. Nobody would touch it. I sent that out to several hundred publishers, agents, and editors. Nobody would touch it. And it was always the same reason. This guy is wearing a dress. And there's always been this transphobic atmosphere in publishing, in America at least. And it's still kind of there today. You can find publishers now who will publish trans characters, but not a transvestite. It's actually worse now than it was in the 70s. In the 70s, transvestites were more accepted than transgender, but not by much. So if you had a transgender character, that was just automatic. Nobody was going to touch you. You were crazy if you had a transgender character. And this is what I just looked at, right? I think it is. When I started self-publishing it, interestingly, Quaraun's being transgender was never an issue with readers. And it's not transgender, like I said, it's transvestite. It is different. But it was never an issue with readers. It was always an issue with publishers, editors, and agents. They wouldn't touch it. The rejections were always the same. It was always either make this a man or make this a woman. You can't have this guy wearing a dress. You can't do that. And you see, the issue with it was Quaraun was based off a real person that I knew in real life. If you live in Maine, you have heard of a term, the transgender murders. And a store, Sacco Shaw's, the transgender murder store. In the past few years, there have been 5 murders at that store. The most recent one was in 2015, where a little girl, 4 years old, went into the ice cream department. Her mother sent her down, grab some ice cream, we're getting ready to get in line. Opened up the freezer and there was a head sitting there in the ice cream. That's the most recent one. A few years before that, there was a body laying in the parking lot beside a car. They found the head 9 miles away, crossroads by the Scarborough Marsh. You see a trend. Murdering transgender people is a big issue in Maine. And it's been getting worse the last few years. If anybody suspects you of being transgender, you have a high risk of being killed. Because I write a transgender character, my entire family was murdered. 10 children, the youngest 4 years old, the oldest 16 years old. April 10, 2015, had their heads cut off and nailed to my front door. This is the reality of being in Maine and being in support of transgender people. Your entire family will be murdered and beheaded. June 2013, my cousin Murphy, they found his body at the crossroads, at the corner of the Ross Road and Cascade Road. They found his head on my street at the crossroads of Cortland Avenue and the Ross Road, almost a quarter of a mile away. My abutting neighbor, Powderhorn Campground. Their abutting neighbor on the other side. One of the most famous murders was the entire family was murdered and their heads cut off. 5 people. That one made international headlines. That happened in May 2010. There's more than 100 of them in the past 10 years. Transgender people, transgender supporters, and the families of transgender people beheaded in York County, Maine. Only 2 of them have ever been on the news. The one on the Cascade Road, May 2010, where 5 people were murdered. And the one at Saco Shaw's, April 2015, the head that was found in the ice cream compartment. That happened the same week my family was murdered. No matter if my family wasn't in the news, that one was. The first one, though, you go all the way back to the very first one. If you watch the walking vlogs that I do, me and Mickey walking around Biddeford, Saco, and Old Orchard, every once in a while, near the Biddeford Library, across the street from the Trans Market store, there is a little shop. It's like a rental furniture shop. It's an arts and crafts, handmade furniture that you can rent. It's like that Aaron's rental type place where you can rent couches and stuff. Like, if you're only going to live here in this apartment for 3 months, you only need furniture for 3 months, rent furniture for 3 months. But it's handcrafted furniture, upscale furniture for people who do that type of thing and want really fancy stuff. That little tiny shop, there's a food truck right beside it. Something about moonbeams in the name, I can't remember the name of it. That little building, the rental shop, over it is an apartment. That used to be Quinn's bike shop. That was Quinn's bike shop until about 5 years ago. He retired, he's in his 90s now, and sold it. In the apartment over Quinn's bike shop, there was a man. Everybody in the Biddeford area knew him, but almost nobody knew his name. He always wore light blue silk. The shade of blue, light Witchwood blue. He always wore light blue silk. And they were huge hoop skirts. Looked like he just walked off the set of the Gone with the Wind movie. He drove the local trash truck. He and his husband looked like Billy Idol. Same white spiky hair, all the earrings and the black leather and spikes, and he was trying to look like Billy Idol. Now, he went out of his way to try to look like Billy Idol, and he was really good at it. The 2 of them together owned the dollar store at Saco Shaw's, which today, if you go to Saco Shaw's, it's now the UPS building on the corner, where you take your packages to the UPS office to be delivered. Little brown trucks. Little brown trucks lined up there. That used to be, back then, the dollar store. And it was owned by this gay couple. One of them was a transvestite who wore these huge blue hoop skirts, ruffles and frills and lace, and it was elaborate. His clothes were wild. His clothes were crazier than Liberace's clothes. It was just wild. And this is how he dressed all day. All day, every day. That was just how he dressed. He was a transvestite. And people hated him because he wore a dress. They were friends of my grandmother, Eva Viola, Little John Dyer, Atwater. The old woman who roller skated up and down through Biddeford in Portland, and she had the 3-wheel bike with the basket and the black cat and the broomstick. Her voodoo priestess. Puna practitioner at Seventh-day Adventist. Every week, she would go visit them, and I went with her. And at the time, I was about 5 or 6 years old. I wasn't very old. I never noticed that gay was an issue. It was one of those things where this was just a couple that we went to visit, and I never saw them as different. I was too young to know that there was something wrong with them, according to society. So I grew up never seeing an issue with people who were gay because I was so young, and these were friends of the family. We visited them all the time. Then they opened the dollar store. We started shopping at the dollar store. We'd go in a couple of times a week. My grandmother would go in and she'd be talking to them. They're the ones who taught me how to play Dungeons and Dragons. In the back of the store, there was a game room set up with these card tables, and Dungeons and Dragons game groups used to go in there to play. They were both dungeon masters. A lot of my old, really old Dungeons and Dragons stuff I had bought from them because they sold that stuff. There's nothing else around here that sold that stuff. And one day we got to the store, and the whole front of the store, you can see what the building looks like today. If you go over there, there's this massive glass window on one side, then there's a door, then there's another massive glass window, and the window is huge. It's like 20 feet by 10 feet. It's massive. And there's 2 of them on the front, and then there's 2 more on the side of the building. And so the one right at the corner between the door, it was just smashed out. There was nothing left of it. And there was crime scene tape all over the place. And the store was closed, and the police were there, and they're like, you can't go in. Nobody can go in. So we went home, and we didn't go to the store because what we thought initially was vandals broke the window. Well, vandals did break the window, but that there was more to it than that. We found out later. And it wasn't in the news. And this is something that should have been in the news. It was not in the news. So a lot of people didn't know. If you didn't know this couple, if you weren't friends with them, you didn't know what happened because it wasn't in the news, and it should have been in the news. So the store gets a new window in, reopens, back to business as usual. Well, 2 things have now changed. The transvestite is no longer driving the trash truck. Somebody else is driving it. So he's not out, we don't see him once a week out there picking up the trash in his big, huge hoop skirts. That was odd because, he's done this since the 1950s. I mean, these people weren't young. They were probably in their 50s or 60s when I knew them. It was back in the 70s and 80s. They were an older gay couple. Well, he's not driving the trash truck anymore. And everybody in the city has noticed this because there was no other trash truck for the city. That was it. So people notice that, yeah, he's not there anymore. Well, then we're also at the store. We shop at this store. My grandmother shopped at this store. We go to the store. In the morning, he's driving the trash truck. In the evening, he works at the store with his partner. His partner's there all day. He's not there anymore. And his partner, also has changed. The Billy Idol one. He's just sitting in a chair in the back of the building, not doing anything. He just sits there. He won't talk to anybody. He's totally despondent. He won't talk to anybody. He's not running the store anymore. There's this woman running the cash register who I think might have been his sister. She looked enough like him. They looked like twins. I think it was his sister. I never did know. She's now running the store. And he's not talking to anybody. This goes on for a few weeks. And well, finally my grandmother is asking, the woman at the store, what happened? Well, she tells us. The one that was the transvestite, the day the window got broken, they were getting ready to close up the store and go home for the night. And this group of teenagers had gone in with baseball bats, smashed the front glass out, went into the building, smashed. They had this big glass display of knickknacks and stuff at the front of the building. They smashed all of that stuff, and then they grabbed the one that was transvestite and they beat his head in with a baseball bat. And this other one had witnessed that, and he had tried to stop it. He got hurt really bad. That's why the store was closed for so long, because he was in the hospital. The other one was dead and he was in the hospital. A year later, on the anniversary of the day that happened, we're in the store. He's still despondent and not talking to people. And then just all of a sudden, he hangs himself right in front of everybody. And me and my grandmother both saw that. I was 12 years old when he did this. And that has always been I have nightmares about that. I mean, it's 50 years ago, and I still have nightmares about this event. And that's why I started writing the Quaraun series. I mean, that was the whole reason I started writing it. That's why you have this guy who dresses like this, and you have this other one who looks like the other one. You have this guy who always wears black leather, and this guy who always wears the big fancy ball gowns. Quaraun and Boom Fuzzy were both based off of real people that I know. And that's why you see this whole thing where Quaraun gets beat up by people who hate transvestites a lot. He gets nearly killed in several novels. Almost every novel you see a scene where people beat the hell out of him. And you see scenes where Boom Fuzzy commits suicide. And it's a reoccurring event for both of them. You see Quaraun always getting beat up by gay haters, and you see Boom Fuzzy committing suicide over and over and over again. The way it's written, Boom Fuzzy can't stay dead, because Quaraun is a wizard who cast a love spell. And so their souls are connected. And the way he worded the spell was that they would stay together forever. Well, when one of them died, because of the spell, he comes back to life after, but he's not. He's this undead creature, and now life is even worse. And see, he keeps trying to kill himself and stay dead. And every novel you see it progress throughout the series, he goes into these more violent and more horrible ways of trying to kill himself because he wants to die and stay dead. And he can't. So you see the real event where one was beaten to death and the other one commits suicide, retold different ways over and over again in every single Quaraun novel, where Quaraun is constantly beaten up by people and almost killed several times every single novel, and Boom Fuzzy is always killing himself over and over and over again. you see a lot of violence and a lot of suicide in the Quaraun novels. And it's written that way because I have post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of having witnessed what happened to them when I was very young. And I said, the street I live on right now, the house they lived on is on this street. When we walk Mickey, we go by that house almost every day. So you're seeing it in almost every video. And I can't tell you, there's the transvestite's house. There it is. That's it. That's where he lived. So when I'm sending these stories to be published, and agents and editors and publishers, they're telling me the same thing. It's too violent. You can't have these suicides constantly like this. But the worst thing of all, you cannot have this man wearing a dress. The main character cannot be a man in a dress. Real people don't do this. Real people don't understand this. Real people are not going to want to read this. And I'm like, I mean, there's a lot of things. If an agent, editor, publisher said change it, I probably would change it. But that's something I'm not going to change. Because that was a real person, and he really did that. And that's why people killed him. He wore Southern Belle ball gowns. And he was murdered because of it. I'm not going to change that. That's something that actually happened in real life. I am not removing that from the novels. I mean, that is the whole thing that started me writing the Quaraun series. So that's why I ended up self-publishing it, because, I mean, my other stuff, editors and agents and publishers are like, yeah, change these, and so I'll change stuff and it gets published, but not the Quaraun series. It's like, no. I mean, the aspect of him wearing a dress is the primary point of everything, because that is the only reason people beat him up. That is the only reason people try to kill him. That is the only reason. If I take that out, then the entire plot of the Quaraun series falls apart, because that is the pivotal plot point, the fact that he is wearing a dress. Because this was somebody who was a friend of mine in real life, and people murdered him. I'm not going to change what was a very real thing. That's another thing. This whole, people call it a woke movement. I'm not sure what woke means. I don't know what woke means. W-O-K-E. I've asked people, what does woke mean? And they're like, oh, you're just a troll. No, I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. I see so many people on Twitter and Reddit, especially Reddit, and I'm always on Reddit, and they're like, woke this and woke that, and that's so woke, and those people are so woke, and they're being woke, and it's just woke people, and the woke social justice warriors, and I'm like, and every time I see this, I ask them, what does woke mean? And no one has ever answered me. I've yet to have an answer. So I still don't know what woke means. And you look it up on Google, and Google is not helpful. Whenever you look it up on Google, Google shows this picture of this woman. She's got bright red hair. It's really short. It's like shaved. It's like shaved on the sides, and it's like almost a crew cut on the top, except for her bangs is like this big curl that goes around, and I can't remember what her name is. But if you look up woke, Google gives you lots of pictures of her, and then it starts talking about how she used to be a man and now she's a woman, and she got harassed and she started the woke movement, but it doesn't tell you what woke means. And I'm like, okay. So I still don't know what woke means. All I know is it has something somehow to do with social justice warriors. And the whole reason people need sensitivity readers now is because people who are woke are probably going to go burn down your house if you write something that offends them. Because they're incredibly violent social justice warriors who believe if you're not politically correct, you deserve to die, and they're going to kill you. So, apparently the woke movement is basically the Ku Klux Klan, only instead of white people killing black people, it's transgender, gay, and anything else people who kill anybody that doesn't accept them. That's all I know about woke. And until somebody actually answers my question and tells me, what does woke mean? I have no way of knowing anything else about woke. You have a lot of empires. I am going to give you another one that is epic. There you go. Anyways. In recent years, it started around 2013. And it was a little bit back then. Not that much. But then in 2016 onward, it got to be a lot. And in 2020, it just went out of control. But because Quaraun is a transvestite, and like I said, he's not transgender, there is a difference. I have gotten so many emails and comments, stuff on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, Reddit, about the topic of transgender from people who are transgender. And are sending me death threats because they are transgender. Which is exactly what they say. And I don't understand it. It's because Quaraun is a transvestite. And according to them, transvestites are not valid. And that's another thing. What does valid mean? If you look up a dictionary or Google, valid means not expired. So your milk is still valid if the expiration date hasn't come, because it has not yet rotted. Your driver's license is still valid until it expires next week. Your coupon is still valid until it expires at the end of the day. So how is transvestite not valid? But that's what they say. Transvestites are not valid. So I'm stuck on the fact that, what does that even mean? But then, hear a police car out there doing something. Around here, if you hear a police car, usually it means somebody shot somebody and the police are going to go. Oh look, we can't make out a police report. It happened on private property. We can only make out a police report if it happens on public property. What the hell? Really? What? I don't know. Did that one get down? I don't know if that one got down or not. It was really close. Scrolls, that's right. Oh, we got an hour left. Okay. We wanted to get the rest of these tanks and rogues. Okay, there's one more rogue. If we can do so within an hour. One more rogue, one more centurion, one more archer, one more barbarian in that order. Oh, we can upgrade the tank. Yes, we can upgrade the tank. We just gonna have to upgrade it. That's good. What do you need to upgrade it? 280? Okay. Busters are good. Is there a question mark? That's a question mark. Question mark's almost always. I can't remember ever seeing a question mark that wasn't. So. What does it actually say now that they have this thing? Because they didn't used to have this thing. Does the question mark? Yeah, it doesn't have a thing on it. Unknown chance of scrolls. I don't want to wait a half hour for something that is likely only going to be silver. So let's check out these other ones and see. And 22 minutes. This is a really good chest. I don't want to wait 22 minutes for it. Progress. Also 22 minutes. You got placement guides. I like placement guides. I actually would prefer that they put down placement guides. I would rather know. Oh, you want this or that? Couldn't move. My hair just all of a sudden got caught on something. Oh, I like this map. Do we have a rogue available? We have a level 20 rogue available. We'll give you a level 20 rogue. Another one of these. There we go. And this has got 5 days left on it. Oh, it's past 6 o'clock. Is Ovid on yet? His people are on here, and they're, yeah. Where are you? Yeah, he's not here yet. Weird Gus, that's his name. Weird Gus. I couldn't remember. All I could think of was Wingus. And I was like, Wingus is a widget. Wingus widget. I couldn't remember. That's the guy when I was talking about the other day, and I said there was a guy, and I thought his name was Wingus, and I couldn't remember. Weird Gus. There he is. I don't think he's a streamer. He's just a mod on several of the channels I watch. So I end up he's one of the people I know. Yeah, I should probably make him a mod for my channel. He's actually really good mod. We have enough to get that one. Here, go ahead and get it. I was gonna get that one first. We want both of them. So I'll put enough of that one first. Might as well get that one first. Ah, that's what you need for that. I'm gonna put that there. What is that? Let me hover. There it goes. Oh, woman drum. Oh, it's a guy playing drums. Beat of drums quickens on this first. Boost raider attacks, damage and movements. Oh, 22,000. That's a lot. Not 20,000. 2,250. That's a lot. Okay. I think I've seen this map before. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Right, we got sidetracked there for a few minutes. Around 2013 is when they started showing up, these emails and comments and messages and DMs, private messages and chat comments, and from transgender people. Also mostly men to women, male to female, transgender. I knew because they always say it. They always go, I'm M2F. Some version of that. Used to see MTW sometimes, but M2F. Spelled like this. I won't spell it so you can see it. M2F. M to F. M, letter 2, F, all caps. That's usually what most of them would start out with. They would say, I'm M2F. I've never seen one that said F2M or W2M. Saying male to female is more common than saying man to woman. Or female to male is more common than woman to men. Either way. It was almost always saying that at the beginning. They would start right out. I'm M to F, male to female. And none of them ever, there was never a case, and there have been thousands of them, there was never a case, the odd thing, it is estimated that the transgender community makes up fewer than 1% of the American population. It's one of the smallest minorities there is. Almost as small as the gypsy minority. A little bit bigger than gypsies. So, the transgender community is one of the smallest minorities in America. So for thousands of them, we're talking around 20,000, to comment, email, over these past few years, that's a really high percentage, and that's probably a large majority of them. It's pretty alarming that that big of a percentage of the transgender community has such extreme hatred for part of the transgender community. But that is what the situation is. They hate transvestites and they want them dead, and they say that outright. And I find that a bit this says a lot about you. You're transgender, and only your type of transgender is valid, and any other type of transgender is not valid, and you want them dead. You should probably join the Ku Klux Klan and, help them kill people they don't like, because that's what you're doing. It really is what you're doing. They're the ones where I hear the word woke from the most, because they'll say, I'm woke. And I'll say, what the hell does woke mean? No clue. Also, I had never seen the term male to female before these people started emailing me. So it wasn't something I had ever used. It wasn't something I had ever written. It was something that left me baffled when I first saw it, because I was like, what are they saying? What does M to F stand for? I don't know. I have published a Quaraun series for close to 50 years, and I've never heard that term before. Still don't know what woke means. Boss, 15 minutes. Loyalty boss, and you're not one of our regulars. So that's only one chest. And we'll come back to you if you're still there later. See if we can find somebody that's got less than 5 minutes. Did yours start with a 2? Yeah, it did. It started with a 2. Alright. We can find you again. Nobody has a 1? Never went through the numbers before. Let's do letters. Anyways. None of them were women who have transitioned to men. Every single one of the ones that has contacted me has been men who transitioned to women. Also, we want campaigns. They send me emails and comments talking about how transvestites give the transgender community a bad name. Transvestites are not valid. Several of them have outright used the terms, the only good transvestite is a dead transvestite. Can I point out that these are transgender people who are saying this about another type of transgender? They say the only good transvestite is a dead transvestite. They say the best way for a transvestite to exist is to have their brains blown out with a gun. These are incredibly violent, very, very, very violent, very hateful, and outright death threat emails that I am getting because I write a character who is a transvestite. And these emails are coming from people who claim to be male to female transgender. 20,000 people who claim to be male to female transgender, which is close to every single male to female transgender person on the planet. Now the thing is, I have never called Quaraun transgender. I also had never heard the term transgender before these people started contacting me. And like I said, these people started contacting me in 2013. I started publishing the Quaraun novels in 1978, 43 years ago. No one ever complained about Quaraun being transgender before. There's been a lot of complaints about other stuff, but that's a recent complaint. And it's coming from people who are supposedly transgender. And they go into all these details. Or they go into a huge amount of details. This is what it is like to be transgender. Blah, 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 blah. This is what I do, and all this stuff. And I have to take all these drugs, and I have to take all these pills. And I have to take estrogen, and I have to have surgery, and I have to do all this stuff. And blah, 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 blah. And there are so many of them. And then every email, the topic is always the same. The topic is always a transvestite gives the transgender community a bad name. Transvestites are not valid. Transvestites don't deserve to live. That's always the topic. No matter what they say otherwise inside, that is always the topic. The topic is always they hate transvestites. They feel threatened by transvestites is what it appears to be when you get right down to it. Well, the issue that they seem to have is the fact that transvestites aren't trying to be women. A lot of times they will say they bought a Quaraun story, Quaraun book, Quaraun novel, because they wanted to read about a transgender character. And like I said, I had never heard the term transgender before these people started contacting me. And it's recent. I never got an email or letter or comment or anything like this before 2013. In 2013, I had a few, not many. The bulk of them started showing up in 2015. 2016 is when a big, huge amount of them showed up. And then they started showing up more in 2020 when the whole Black Lives Matter thing got going. And they just hate transvestites. know why. Like I said, it looks like they feel threatened by it. But a transvestite, and transvestite's not a cross-dresser also, that is also different. That's another thing I've had people be, isn't Quaraun a cross-dresser? No. Transvestite. A cross-dresser is someone who dresses like a woman, but is not trying to be a woman. They just play and dress up because usually a fetish, usually it's a sex thing with a cross-dresser. Cross-dressers, usually they get turned on by wearing women's clothes, and that's why they do it. That's not what transvestites do. A transvestite is somebody who believes that clothes do not have gender, and they can be male or female. More than 70% of the American female population is transvestite. Every female on the planet who wears blue jeans is a transvestite. Go think about that for a minute. Every female on the planet who has a crew cut, a man's hairstyle, but is not trying to be a man, is a transvestite. And in the 1970s, if a woman had a crew cut or wore blue jeans, punishment was 15 years in prison. In America, all 50 states. Did you know that? Women started fighting for the right to wear pants in the 1980s. And that's where you saw the business suits with the big shoulder pads show up. That's why. Because business suits weren't allowed to be worn. If a woman wore a business suit, she could be arrested and get 15 years in prison simply for wearing a suit coat, because that was men's clothing. Those women were transvestites because they wanted to wear men's clothing, but they didn't want to be men. That's the thing with transvestite, different from transgender and different from cross-dresser. Cross-dressers want to dress like the opposite sex for a sexual reason. Transgender is trying to be the opposite gender because whatever reason they don't want to be male anymore, they want to be female. They don't want to be female anymore, they want to be male. There's lots of reasons behind it. A transvestite isn't doing something for sex, and they're not trying to change gender. They simply believe that clothes have no gender, and that women should be allowed to wear pants and men should be allowed to wear dresses. Women have gotten the right to wear pants. The laws that put women in prison for wearing pants because transvestites were illegal, therefore women weren't allowed to wear pants. Women weren't allowed to cut their hair. Those laws have been changed, and now today women can walk outside wearing a crew cut and wearing blue jeans and wearing a t-shirt and not go to prison. And that law went into effect less than 30 years ago. But it only applied to women. In the state of Florida, if a man goes outside wearing a dress today in 2021, 25 years in prison, because transvestites are still illegal if you're a male in the state of Florida. Female transvestites are allowed. Females are allowed to wear blue jeans. Females are allowed to wear suits. Females are allowed to wear t-shirts. Females are allowed to cut their hair. Only male transvestites get arrested in Florida. And that's why when these people come in, these people who are transgender, and they send me all this stuff, all these death threats, all these hateful things, and they're going on and on and on about transvestites are not valid, blah, 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 blah. Do you realize that if the transvestite women of the 1980s who wanted to wear business suits to work and cut their hair hadn't fought for that right, you could get the death sentence for being transgender right now? Because that was also a thing. Death penalty, 1970s, 40 years ago, you could be executed for being transgender in America. That was only 40 years ago. Think about that. I don't think they do. I mean, do people know the laws? Do they even know the history? These people who run around looking for trans rights issues because they're transgender and they want to pick a fight. And they attack transvestites, people who don't believe clothes have a gender and believe it's okay for women to wear pants and believe it's okay for men to wear dresses. They attack them, who are themselves the people who gave the transgender community the ability to legally be transgender in America. Fucking jackasses. And I just get so sick of it. I said it wasn't a problem until recently. It's like these people, they're just looking to start a fight. So they go out of their way looking for the type of things they hate. The stuff they say, the only thing I can think of is they deliberately go out and spend every single day doing nothing but searching the internet looking, who can I pick on today? Who can I send death threats to today? Who can I attack today? I want to attack somebody, who can I attack? Oh, here's somebody with a transvestite character. Whoa, I'll send them death threats. I mean, that's what it looks like they do. And then you see stuff like Twitter cancel culture, which also showed up in this same time period. It seems to be the same group of people. They're hypocrites. I mean, you get right down to it, they're hypocrites. They want rights for themselves, but then, well, I don't like those people over theirs. Only rights for me, not them. That's a hypocrite. In most states in America, transvestites, if you're male, still don't have rights. And if the transgender people have their way, transvestites never will have rights. And I'm like, if you who are transgender are demanding rights, but say transvestites are not valid and don't deserve rights, then why do you think you deserve rights? If you think this person doesn't deserve rights, then you certainly don't deserve rights either. Equal rights for everyone means everyone, not just you and one or two other people you like. It means everyone, even if you don't like them. And while I like transgender people, I hate the shitheads who send me these types of emails. And guess what? I am probably one of the biggest supporters of transgender rights. And you're making me not want to support your rights anymore. That's what you're doing. You're making me second guess. Should I be supporting the rights of these people who only want rights for themselves and don't want rights for anybody else? Why should I support your rights if you don't want rights for anybody else? And that's why you don't see me promoting transgender circles anymore. Because I'm sick of transgender people sending me death threats. And I'm sick of transgender people contacting me and saying, you know what? Transvestites don't deserve rights. And guess what? If you can say something like that, you don't deserve rights either. You really don't. You need to step back and look at yourself in the mirror. You really do. I don't understand these people who do that. We haven't started editing yet, but we're talking about the Quaraun series and writing it. No, we're not editing it. So I guess that counts. This one that hasn't collected the reward, I'm close to just stopping and leaving that because it annoys me a lot when people do that. Most times when I go look at their channel and I'm like, what are you doing that you're not playing the game? And they're there with their chat. The chat's yapping and they're yapping and yap. Will you get the fucking hell out of the damn game category? Oh my god. Go to just chatting where you belong. I hate streamers like that. I can't stand them. As a general rule, I hate chat on Twitch. I have never encountered chat as good on Twitch, ever. And chat has always been bitch, hate, death threat, rape. I hate almost everybody who posts in chat on Twitch and every single chat on the entire of Twitch. Because they're a bunch of brain dead jackasses for the most part. That's why I don't understand these streamers who are like, but I must talk to chat. Why? Chat don't give two shits about you. I mean, they really don't. What does anybody in anyone's chat care about? They're bullies. They're looking for someone to hate. They aren't looking to talk to you. So, they're not worth wasting time on. In my experience, people who actually want to watch the streamer rarely post in chat. They just watch the streamer. People who post in chat are a bunch of dipshits trying to start trouble. They're never people who are actually interested in the streamer. Chat is a waste of time. And if you want me to think otherwise, well, try being a kind, friendly person in chat and prove to me that those types of chats exist. Because I don't believe there is such a thing as a kind person who posts in chat. I've never seen one. We need 56 more claims to get that. Also, we can get 2 more days. Well, there's those coins we were just saying we needed. Wow, 75. I hear more police cars. I wouldn't go very far. Geez, I wouldn't go very far either. That one went to about the same distance. There was either 2 calls very close together, or that was backup for the first one. That's what that was. You know what, I agree. I was just trying to think, where do we put these? I agree with you. I think they should go in the back. And there's nothing left in this store yet, right? Yes, okay. That's good. We're doing more talking about the Quaraun series to mirror edit into the Quaraun series. Which again, that's fine because that gives me more ideas for stuff to write. So I suppose brainstorming the Quaraun series is what we're doing right now. I don't know. We were going to start. We started out by going to read this, and I never got past the title because I started talking about I don't market. And the only time I did was for Boom Fuzzy, and that was BookBub, and then I started talking about BookBub, and then I started talking about why I self-published the Quaraun series when I traditionally publish everything else. Why is this one series alone self-published? And then we started talking about transvestites, and now we're here. It would be great if I could just pick people's brains. Pick people's brains. I want that. Pick people's brains. Where'd you go? Right here. Pick people's brains. Like tiptoeing through the tulips. Pick people's brains. If you know how my brain works, you know where my mind went with that. They want to pick people's brains, as in, give me some ideas. And my mind immediately, as soon as it said pick people's brains, I just went, Cabbage Patch Dolls. Brains growing like cabbages. Let's pick brains. I don't know where that came from, but that is where my brain went. I just had this image of brains growing like cabbages in a garden and someone standing there picking them. It's like, pick people's brains. I must write a scene of somebody picking brains in a garden. Oh, we know who's going to be doing that, don't we? Definitely. Nobody else is going to be out there picking brains in the garden. Why are there going to be brains growing in the garden? Oh wow, we got quite a lot there. That was nice. We got a lot of things. Also, we have stuff to put down again. It's a gold chest, but it's a half hour on a gold chest. You're in placement period. Wow, I have a bunch of them dead. You are H. So why don't I just put an H here? And it, but no. This. Where we go? H. Hippie gamer? Shows a picture of a guy with bald hair. Bald head. You got no hair. Do you know what a hippie is? You got no hair. You look older though. I have no clue what your chest is, but it's a bronze chest. We're just gonna jump in on it because you only got 3 seconds left. Are you a hippie who has lost your hair? Who sang that song? Is that Judge Street? The old hippie? Well, now I want to find out because that song is just playing in my head right now, and I'm like, the Bellamy brothers? Yes, that's it. He's no hippie. You don't know what to do. She hang on to the old or grab onto the new. Bellamy brothers. I don't know why there's that song. Why is that song in my head now? I don't know. I have no clue. I searched song lyrics because I didn't want to risk a YouTube video suddenly blaring open and playing a copyrighted song. Hippie gamer. Are you old enough to be a hippie now? It also becomes a thing. How old are the hippies now? There can't be a hippie under 80 years old, can there? Because the hippies are the next generation after the baby boomers. And the baby boomers are all 90 plus. Most baby boomers would be 140 now. There aren't many baby boomers left alive. And the hippies were the generation. Baby boomers, then beatniks, then hippies. Hippies was the generation after the beatniks, which was after the baby boomers. Yeah, the hippies would be in their mid-70s to 80s. Yeah. You're at 25 minutes now. You're at 1 minute, so whatever it is. You got vampires. We'll just give you a vampire. What is your chest? Oh, it's a gold chest. That was a good thing to jump in on. Don't we have, it's 280, right? 280, okay. We can almost upgrade that. Back to what I was doing. Oh yeah, picking brains. Stick my head. If I could pick brains for a moment and ask how a writer might sell their work as an author or brand while still maintaining the time to actually, yeah, that's the part. It took so much time to promote and market Boom Fuzzy that I didn't have time to write anything else. And I was like, is the trade-off of selling a lot of copies and getting it to bestseller status, which I did, worth not being able to write because you don't have time to write while you do it? And I was like, you know what? For me, it isn't. Some people might think the other way. Some people might be, yeah, it's worth it. You know, they want the bestseller status. They want the prestige and all that stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I don't write for those reasons. I write because I have post-traumatic stress disorder and things are stuck in my head and I need to write my way through them. So, for me, it doesn't really even matter if I publish it at all. So marketing is not a motivation. Marketing is one of those things where it's like, marketing is a waste of my time because it takes away from writing, and I need to be writing because I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and that's the only way I can deal with it is to write. Therapeutic writing, I think, is what you would call what I do. We can get another one of these. Wow, well, vampires are good. What we got for vampires now? Where's that? It's right over here. So we need 110. Also, is Overt come back on? No. Wait a minute. Has he come on and it's not updated? Yes, he did. Okay, I was waiting. And We just finished battle with you. Oh, he's... Okay. He did just come on. You're annoying me. We get 7 like this. I'm gonna guess that he's going offline because he doesn't usually stay online a lot. He usually he streams for about 3 hours, and we have been, oh yeah, we've been going 3 hours, so we're gonna cut where our closest. Yes, I know we got 7 each time. 19 minutes on that. Okay. All right. Let's get loaded. There you are. Alright, he wants vampires. Vampires and range spam. Vampire Centurion range spam. Vampire's top priority, healer's second priority. Alright. Do you have invigorate? No, I don't know. What is my healer? I don't think it is invigorator. Isn't it the one that's like cursed healer or something? Okay. He said you have brain damage. He said, what are you doing? I was like, where are they? There they are. The balloon busters. So, no balloons on this map. And as soon as he said it, people started putting them down. Okay, you're all fucked up, he says. He may put a code in. He often password codes his. And he gets so mad at people doing that. And they're doing that. I agree. You can't hear what he's saying because I turned the volume off for him. No, I'm listening to the instructions because he wants stuff in specific places. We're gonna go after your gold now. They used to have a blog and they used to have Twitter. But then lockdown, they got into online politics and they had to delete everything. Okay. Money is my greatest motivation. And you have to spend almost as much time on social media to gain a following. This weird Gus telling him to ban people. What happened? Okay, I figured he was talking to weird Gus. No, don't ban people! Yeah. Oh, it's easy to get banned from an open stream if you place anything he doesn't want. I've been Bloodlust Vampire, really? I haven't gotten... I haven't gotten any of my vampire... I haven't gotten a vampire up to level 20 yet, so I don't have a specialist. So I haven't seen the specialist. I'm also wondering about starting a YouTube channel. I like this map. Paladins. Okay, what's Paladins now? Concentrating on local history and folklore and writing. That's what I do. Ads on Twitch are getting questionable. Oh, I know that product. I've had links to chapters. I define writer's block as it doesn't exist. It's not letting me scroll in. There it goes. Do I still have a vampire? Oh, I still have a vampire. My vampire actually lived through that last one. Wait. You have a vampire, but I don't have a vampire to give to. That's it. How to add links to chapters. Menial conversation. What's that mean? Also, I'm just going to take that whole thing. Menial conversation. I don't know what it means, but I like it, the sound of it. So we're going to put it in here. See if we can find a way for... It sounds like something Quaraun would say. Menial conversation. That just sounds like something he would say. Melee. It's melee. Menial, not requiring much skill and lacking prestige. Did I just hear Mickey? Right here, right? Right near the front. Not requiring much skill and lacking prestige. It's almost 7 a.m. That means Nikki's probably gonna want to go out at some point soon. Some paladins and some... We can get should be able to up. Yes, we can. We can upgrade that now. Okay. I'm gonna get the Matson. Go check Mickey. I just heard him. I don't know why I heard him. So I'll be back in a minute. That sound wasn't Mickey. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't Mickey. He's curled up asleep. Okay. And the rest cleaned there. I didn't hear what he's asking for here. I see a lot of vampires. I'm gonna put one of you down since I didn't hear what he wants. Okay. Also, this is bugging me. This loose hair that is, it keeps calling down, getting in my face, and it sticks to my nose. And when I put it back behind the headphones, it keeps getting stuck in my ear. So I need to just fix it. I'm gonna end up spending my time poking it and moving it out of the way if I don't just fix it. So, just fix it. Also, take this off. Windows down there. And again, up there. If I put you over or under this, put you under this, and put you over this. You know what? I should have a brush to brush my hair. I have Mickey's brush. I use Mickey's brush. My brush is in the bathroom. Just use Mickey's brush. Reason why I can't. This is actually a really good brush. I should use this for my hair more often. It's a pin brush with a bristle at the same time. Pin and bristles. See that? That's better. Now I can see. That this way. I can actually see what it is I'm doing. That's pulling on my hair. That's bad. There we go. Okay. We're just gonna go here with this. Menial conversations. So basically it means pointless fluff conversations that they added later. Form moments between what are form moments? Form moments between characters. Form moments. Hi, Rask. What you doing? Oh, I was going to put that as an epic. I forgot. But in the end, I struggle with longer chapters. I struggle with in-between bits and paragraphs. So I end up with 4-page chapters that cut to the chase. I don't see what the problem is. How do I avoid being generic? Yes, Rask, that is a pizza. Well, you don't want to just add filler. Make sure you are given enough details. Engage the reader's senses. Describe the lightning. Make the scene ominous. Shadows dancing. Shadows dancing. Candles flickering. Dancing, candles flickering. There we go. if you don't click claim it, it'll just hang there. So if you watch 6 hours, it'll only count. It'll only count the 1 hour. Spells in the air, are the birds chirping? In IR, is it still? Sensory details. Yeah, sensory details. Wait a minute. Birds chirping. I usually have birds chirping. That's a common thing. Best wishy. It's supposed to be best wishes, but I like that. Best wishy. My story is about someone being kidnapped by an organization. This organization is kidnapping people because they want to overthrow the government. I've seen lots of plots like this, but how do I avoid being generic? Is that a common thing? Probably crime genre. I don't read crime genre, so that's probably why I don't know that's a thing. Is your goal to not be generic, or to write your own story? I'm trying to understand your thought process. You must have a unique idea about this anyways. Or do you just feel the urge to write something and can't come up with that something? Overthrowing the government is pretty generic, is it? What makes it unique is the angles, the characters, the twists and turns. Okay. He wants lots of flag bearers this time. Okay. He doesn't think he can win this map. Really? Oh, it's Steelhouse. Yes, Steelhouse is a hard map. Monks and flags. I think I have both available. I have both available. And yeah, I like using the monk better than the flag. So, since he asked specifically for monk, I put a monk. Epic bombers. Okay, if we get an epic, he wants epic bombers. Engaged reader's senses. Is there a place for more flags? Yes, there is. Okay, he's saying more flags. Get more flags. Yeah. Heavy flag. Somebody else is in that one. Try that one. There we go. Is that the last flag marker? Yep, that's the last flag marker. Might as well give you a flag. Let the flag markers open. This is giving me an idea. Really close to the end. Describe the fire. We've seen it. I'm looking to make writing prompts out of sensory things. So that's what I'm doing today. And what do you got? Gold chest? Okay. Yep. Do I already have one on this? I think I already have one on this. Describe the water. Describe the darkness. Describe the rocks. Describe the clouds. You know, that's a thing I always complain about. That I don't like in books, but I'm going to put it there. Describe the silence. Try spelling it correctly. Boy, do I have trouble spelling. There we go. The funny thing is I know how to spell these things, and it's like my brain does this dyslexic thing, and I end up spelling things I used to write letters and I put them in the wrong letters. Describe the wall. Describe the bookshelf. Key. Describe the key. Where you put water? Where did I find that? I did. Now, make the scene more romantic is a word that fits there. Horrific is another word that fits there. Words that end with ick. Is it possible to search for that term, words that end with ick? I'm going to try to search and find out. Words that end with ick. No usage. Words that end with ick. Scrabble. Ends with ick. How many words are in these? 1, 2 letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. We're putting down here. Putting low. He wants low level stuff down here. Low level commons. 14 is my lowest level common. He wants bait to get some of these to come down here. Away from the primary army. And also we can do an epic. Enter letters. How about ends with tick? So it doesn't have romantic or apocalyptic in Scrap Dictionary. Okay. So, eclectic fits. Eclectic. Politic. Make this seem more political. Exotic? How would my brain translate that? I don't know. We'll put it. Democratic. What? I don't know. Mantic. Operatic. Antic, automatic, gymnastic, aromatic, semantic, diagnostic, romantic, axiomatic, asthmatic, autocratic. I don't know those words. Unromantic. Make this unromantic. Rustic would fit. Fantastic. Pathetic. Epic monks. Do I have a monk? I do have a monk. Okay. Epic monks, epic bombers. Epic monk. Epic monk. Alright. Put this back over here. Bring just that one page over. Wait for it to stop being frozen. There we go. There we go. Okay. An epic slime? What does an epic slime look like? Is it? Oh, that's that thing. Okay. Hypnotic. That was what I was wondering. Hypnotic cat. How would you make a scene more hypnotic? I don't know. I'm making writing prompts so that we can edit things into. We need to make this almost 3 times as long as it is. Arthritic. Hypnotic. Make the scene more arthritic. Yeah. I'm going to put that. I don't know how we would do something like that, but that's something that makes me think. And making me think is a good thing for a writing prompt to do. That's right, there's a holiday in America. He's like, I didn't know that. That's good. Okay, does he even know what it is? More mystic. Dick. What is that word? That's. I've never heard that word. You want to eat bombers? Wait a minute. Bombers. Which one's a bomber? You got a bomber, right? You got a bomber. I don't know what that word is, so I'm going to put it there so I remember to look it up at some point. And maybe able to use it as a writing prompt. Balletic? Is that ballet? Balletic? Logistic. Dialectic. Attic. Make the scene more attic. Realistic. Hi, Rask. Rask, back here. No, I didn't hug you. We done? Yeah? You came over and I was doing something. Idealistic. Hi, Rask. Opportunistic. Magnetic. Unrealistic. Acrostic. Thematic. Legalistic. Characteristic. Septic. cystic, optic, skeptic, lotic, aquatic. Make the scene more aquatic. Uncharacteristic, antibiotic, peptic. Patristic, authentic, undemocratic, static, unpatriotic, thematic, agnostic, synthetic, anesthetic, artistic. How would you make a scene more artistic? Rheumatic, gigantic, unauthentic, ballistic, schematic, lytic, schematic, robotic. A lot of these words I've never heard before. Autistic, probiotic, neurotic, majestic, dramatic events. Pancreatic, oh, I got, wow. I'm number, wow. I get 4th place in an Ovid's thing. 10 kills and 26 assists. That's hard to do. Make the scene more therapeutic. Holistic, paralytic, aortic, biotic, naturalistic, prosthetic, parasitic might actually work. Atheistic, pneumatic. My monk's still alive? My monk is still alive. Prophetic, floristic. I like words. Narcissistic. Oh, that definitely applies to Quaraun series. He is so narcissistic. Galactic. We can do that also. Quantic. Traumatic. Pragmatic. Fascistic. Untic. Prophetic. Pragmatic. What's that word mean? I'm gonna put pragmatic. I can't remember what it means. Synoptic. Geodetic. Nastic. Sclerotic. It's getting into words that I can't even pronounce. Elliptic. Futuristic. Futuristic can be done. Futuristic. Scholastic can be done. Scholastic. Centurion. I have a centurion available. Where do we want to put you? We can claim. Drop claim. And that sometimes puts a thing over in his thing, but it looks like it didn't that time. We may have to. That's a pretty good chest build. You have a vampire, we'll bring you up 2 vampires. So bring a vampire in with you. Alright. And do I have to refresh in order for that to acknowledge that's there? I think I do. Let's refresh. Acrobatic, narcotic, phosphatic, climatic, journalistic, systematic, prognostic, orthotic, drastic fits. Poetic also fits. Dramatic, diplomatic, possibly, cinematic, psychotic, electromagnetic, frantic, stylistic, phonetic, programmatic, emphatic, spastic, undramatic, photosynthetic, lintic, sarcastic, emphatic, chromatic, electrokinetic, frantic. Yes, okay, it did go through. Yeah, you usually have to, when it's a drop, you usually have to refresh it and then wait a few minutes before it goes through. So we need 400 to upgrade you. And oh, and that also refreshed? Okay. What did I just say we needed? 400. Quest, there's no new ones. That just changed, so it's still 5 hours. Empathetic. Apocalyptic, that's the word we started out as. Chaotic. Five and 18. Erratic. Lunatic. Why not? Heretic. Optimistic. Epic Paladins. Alright. Starting to get into words that are how do you even say them? I don't know what they are. Apologetic. Let's go ING. Just because. of the wing. I don't know why. I saw a wing and that's what I thought, so there it is. Carpet, there we go, carpet. Describe the bling. Describe the bed. Describe the seat. Yes. Put that there. Moss. We can put that there. Describe the glass. Describe the dress. That's something we do constantly. Put it there anyways. Did I put grass already? I don't remember. IND. Grind. Describe the gravel. Also, what is gravel blind? I've never heard that. Feet. You know, we have never written a scene describing anybody's feet other than Goosebumps. Goosebumps has cloven hooves. He doesn't have feet. So we describe his cloven hooves and the fact he frequently is sitting there polishing his hooves. Describe the market. Describe the closet, except they didn't have closets in the 1400s. They didn't have closets in the 1800s either. Closets were a rather recent invention. Pocket. Describe the pocket. That's why. That would inspire me to put pullets in scenes, which they should be. I am having that issue again where I have this horrible pain issue now. And into my side. That pinched nerve feeling. That keeps me out of trouble. Which means I might end up having to need to go back out. I'm not done with what I'm doing. What was that one I was looking at needed? It was 400, right? 400. Carpet. That was the word we started out with. This fucking messed up map. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what he's talking about. He said, not this fucking messed up map. Yeah. Oh, that's a hard map. Okay, what Centurions he said. My Centurion is dead. My healer is dead. The violet, meaning a flower. NESS. Boom Fuzzy's blind, so we can do that. That's something you totally hear me mention very much, do you? Boom Fuzzy's blind. Ah, you get filled up with... Okay, you don't need any more flags. The flags are all full. Darkness. Coldness. Blandness. Dampness. Sadness. Sickness. Dizziness. Sweetness. Describe the blackness. And I'm going to copy you, put you in there. Replace all of them. There we go. There we go. alphabetically. Now we want to go there we go. All right. The sounds of the melody. Describe the basket. Describe the box. Describe the bedding. No signal. Is there another word for box up there? Crate, bag, package, bin, trunk, chest. Blackness, the gloom, blandness, flavorlessness, blindness, myopia. Bling, it won't, okay. No synonym for bookshelf, alright. Cabinet, container, dresser, authority, ministry, government, advisors, administrators, committee, touches, tapestry, got carpet there twice, rug, mists, frostiness, iciness. No, I'm gonna say embroidery. Stick. Which one did I miss? Bookshelf. Change it to book. Yeah, why'd you do that? Change that to shelf. Brightness should have been darkness. Stop that. I'm trying to do something. There we go. Darkness. Isolation. Dizziness. Cuteness. Darkness again. Dress. World. The feel of the wind. Do you not know what a wing is? Let's put harder. Wow, 15. We got 16 kills and 2 assists. Okay. We can put an epic over here. The epic what? Oh, I can put an epic rogue. I can put an epic rogue. Rogue. No, rogue's the one we just did. Feet. Hooves. But we have no problem describing hooves. Fire. Campfire. Describe the basement. Timbers. Mirror. Meadow. Sand. Drudgery. Describe the flu. Skeleton. How's it go from kiss to butterfly? I don't know. Embrace. Lighten. Brightness. Market. No? Nothing for market? Shop. Moss. Swamp. Path. it. Hold. Pull it. Do you know what I don't know what a pull it is? Rooster. Road. Boulevard. Rocks. Flower. Sadness. Anguish. Sat. Wait, describe the sat. It's supposed to be C. Okay. Sickness. Nausea. Silence. Sweetness. Compassion. Trees. Shrubs. Violet. Orchid. Wall. Embankment. Water. Rain. Did I see Mickey go by? I did see Mickey go by. Hey, Mickey. What you doing? He just came in and plopped on the floor here. He says, I'm sleeping in here now. That means he's probably going to want to go out within the next half hour. I got 54 kills. I'm number 3 in Ovids. How did I get 54 kills? That's my record right now. Wow. We can get 2 more of these. Wind, breeze, window, clue, but I don't know. What would the clue be? Reference to Quaraun series. Random tanks. Throw some random tanks in. Okay, random tanks. Random tank. Alright, click it. Engage the reader's senses. Describe the bookworms. That's what we're going to put. Let's engage. Describe the bookworms. Make the scene more That's rated 3 seconds. I think it's gonna go. Yeah, it's gonna go before I can get it done. Okay. Did you come in because Mickey did? Following Mickey around, aren't you? Okay. I knew I was spilling that. I don't know what that was. I don't watch this game. Why is it saying this? That's weird. How do I have drops for a game I don't watch? It must be somebody I watched and I fell asleep and they rated somebody else, and it's from watching somebody else just with the chat with the window just open, and it was somebody that they had rated, and I just, when I opened it up and realized, oh, somebody rated it, I closed it, and that must have been what happened. I don't watch Overwatch. I don't even know that game. I've heard people talk about it, but I don't know the game. I do Frenzy. I did, because this one is the next one. These ones that it can't find a synonym for, I'm just going to take them out. Bananas. Bananas. We had a goal at one point to have a scene with bananas. Every Christmas story. Did it go over somebody else's head? Magnetic? Too seductive. Okay. It doesn't know what that word is. that's doable. Nationalistic. Is it possible? Quaraun is not very nation-centered. Boy, is it hard to place it. Okay. It's hard to place because there's so many people jumping in all at once. Poetic means dramatic. Does it? I don't know. Start having trouble. We're gonna have to add. I can't see them because it's, for some reason, it hovers underneath instead of hovering over, so we can't see it. Have anything but dramatic. Pink. That's a booklet. Alright. Select all. Go. Upset about that. My monk is dead, so that was the second monks. He wants monks on this map. Is that showing ads? That is showing. There we go. Where is it? No, yes, yes. Centurion Paladin Bomber. I have a Paladin. I could have an epic next. Describe the mood. Describe the chant. Sounds of the chant. Describe the corridor. Describe the crypt. Cradle. Estuary. Wait, estuary. I want that word. I like that. That's one of my favorite words. I don't know why. It's a word. It's one of those words that I just like that word. We live in an estuary. This area that we live in, that's what it's called. This is an estuary. Bed doesn't have a split pillow. Nightfall. shoes. Describe the bibliophiles. I like that word. Casket. Flurry. Another of my favorite words. We've gone over 400. Oh. We can upgrade the mage is now 10. I would like to get the Templar upgraded, but getting the schools for Templar is just so difficult. Let's put tapestry and then look for another word because we've already done tapestry. Drapery. There we go. So another word. we can describe flocks. Pointer makes me think wand. And we got mages, so let's go wand. Don't have a monk. I have a Templar. I don't hear him mention Templars. The Templar down. Crochet, couldn't find a word for before, right? Okay, let's put fabric this time. No, dampness there twice. Okay. Using dampness. Blood. Why not? You have nothing for embrace. If you're wondering what I'm doing, since I never did explain it, I was lost in thought. I make writing prompts for myself that I think I'll be able to use to expand the novel. That's what we're doing. So, today we're actually getting editing done, or editing preparations done. This is what I'm doing right now is part of getting the novel edited, because I'm going to take these and then put them at random throughout the draft, so that when I do the rewrite, it prompts me to write. Like if I stuck this in, it would prompt me to write a scene describing vertigo. And then I need to figure out how do I meld this into the scene before and after it. So I'm trying to think of words that we can use in Caleb and Necromancer to make these writing prompts. Stuff that will fit with the story that I'll be able to write about. And embrace. Okay, Thulid's embrace. That's different from embrace. Embrace indicates hug, lovers, something like that. Whereas Thulid's embrace indicates you're being strangled by tentacles that are attacking you. We got epics. Next one we need to epic. I can't hear, there's an ad playing and I can't hear what he's saying because the ads are so much louder than he is. I will find out what he wants to epic with the next one. Okay, wait a minute. See multiples. Okay. Epic bombers. Okay, that's what he wants. Do I have one now? I'll do. Okay. You're the bomber, right? Yes. Epic bomber. Right here, another bomber right beside you. Hey, Rusk. What are you doing? Are you using me as a bridge to get by Mickey? You are. Mickey's all covered to sleep. Yeah, I know. For some reason, he cannot resist the temptation to poke Mickey when he's asleep. He stands there and he watches Mickey, and then he reaches his paw out and he pokes him. And then Mickey leaps up and growls and snarls because Rascal woke him up while he was asleep. Yeah, you're one of those cats that likes to annoy his dog. I don't know what this word is. I was going to say, will it give me something else? No. Is my keyboard not on? Why did it? We're having issues where it won't type in. It's not typing. There it goes. Nothing for the flu. Put Fern. Describe the loss of equilibrium. Bottle. What is bottle companies? Okay. Keeps calling it Bailey. Melee. Alright, leave bottle, change glass and everything. We reached it. Now, I think we have to refresh. And be obsessed. don't have epic ability, but deep secret prayer. Now, what grade do you have? 750. Yeah. And we can get you. And you. Yeah. Nothing for Goblet, really. Okay. Has nothing to do with Goblet, but it's a word we haven't done yet. Also, does it have no send-ups? Okay. It shouldn't take so long for it to just load these. Magnums? What's a magnum? 9 vampires and 2 monks. You need a tummy rub? Mickey, what are you doing? He's laying on his back with his feet up in the air. He often sleeps on his back like that. I will have an epic for the next one. Cloven! Frog. We use the word cloven a lot in occurrences. I see you sitting on a squeaky. What you doing? Did you wake up? Mickey! You want to tuck in under your blanket? I can tuck you in under your blanket. Yeah, no. What's that? Pretty sure my Centurion, yeah, my Centurion's and so's a monk. So's a monk. Paladin is also dead. List types of leather. Wow. Okay. Oh, it was the warrior, right? Okay. It said I could upgrade something else. So it was because I upgraded the warrior and it... Okay. That confused me. That's what I wanted. Wait a minute. You know what? I'll put that since I don't have a monk. This. Is there something like this where we could find stuff about the leather? That would be nice. And we want, what did I say? List of liver types. Wizard Wiki. I guess there's a wiki for everything. There's a Wizard Wiki. Describe the cloud rankings. There's a term. That one's actually finding a synonym for it. It's been coming up saying it couldn't find a synonym. Also, I typed a word. What did it do? Yeah, now it's saying no synonyms for male. But why won't it? What is it doing? It's annoying me a lot. That's what it's doing. Are we having an issue? It's having a... Yeah. That. Grammarly was trying to load that. Oh, these causes problems. That's why I don't like Grammarly. We're waiting to be able to upload it to Monk again. Wow, Monk schools are so hard to get. Okay, you gonna let me type now? The site suddenly decided I'm going to freeze and not do anything. You'll be online for 4 more hours? You have to watch his channel for 4 hours to get that last one. And we're going to need to refresh this page. The page is completely non-functional. It's not doing anything. Nothing's clickable. It's only this page, so it's something wrong with the website is having issues. Yes, we have no problem clicking into the others. Yeah, it's just that website. Well, I need to go to the bathroom, so I'll get up and do that. And wow, we've been going 6 hours. Maybe I should stop here and start another episode instead of pausing the... Because it's at 6 hours. 6.5 hours. It's 6 hours and 21 minutes. Alright, I'll do that. I'll stop here. So I gotta get up and go to the bathroom. And I'll just start another one. And maybe that will have loaded by that time. I don't know. We'll see.